I got food. I am no here. Hello, hello, hello. Let me get all my stuff set up properly. Wrong layout! Here we go. I'm gonna drag my screen up and all that fun stuff. Yeah. Went and got some food. Yumly. Hello, MT. Hello, Amba. How be both of you be? I'm doing good, Red Mario. How about you? How are we all doing? If the answer is anything but good, I'm gonna kill you. With kindness. Of course. Of course! Of course! I saw it. I don't really have much to say. I don't know what I could say. And it looks alright. Are you kidding me? I'll be right back. I'm going to go, shove the food that I just heated up onto the hot plate because there are still cold pockets in it, even though I had it on the fire for a good amount of time. So I'm going to use the magnetic cooktop and make it as hot as possible, as quickly as possible. So that way I can come back as quickly as possible. Give me a minute! Because I don't fuck around. I like my food hot, not lukewarm, not cold with some hot in it. No, I like it hot! I'll be right back. God bless the creator of magnetic induction. That shit is great. I'm back properly this time. Hello. So, I actually still need to come up with a decent story for the mansion side quest. I'm thinking I want it to be something that invokes fear and tragedy. I'm doing good. Ooh. I am really pleased with how Maka turned out, though. I think that's gonna be really cool. Whenever any players come across that one eventually. It was okay. I feel marginally less dead inside than I was 3 days ago. So I'm doing good. Also, not exhausted. Not like cripplingly exhausted this time. So we're good. And I made sure to close my hentai tabs this time. So no more YouTube bot needing duped. No more of that shenanigan. It was obnoxious, man. But anyway. Oh yeah. I like it when I can feel the heat in my stomach. This food is good and hot enough. Where the hell did I put my... I forgot my drink out in the other room. I'll have to step aside for a second and go grab it. I am eating, by the way. So... I need to, do some research into, like, ghost stories from different regions and things like that. So maybe today, if I can't come up with anything on the fly, I might end the YouTube stream sooner, so that way... Well, actually, I shouldn't need to, right? I should be able to watch YouTube videos on a YouTube stream without getting copyrighted, right? Like, I don't care. Like, the point is, I don't care if I get demonetized because, ooh, it's not like I monetize my stuff anyway. I'm more so concerned about the stream shutting itself down. You reckon? Well, okay. Then I guess I won't need to stop the YouTube stream. Because there's nothing more frustrating than when you have to, swap it midstream. Ooh. So, like, today we might watch a bunch of, spooky stories for ghosts and stuff. Because I need inspiration, and I'm lacking it right now, and I'm not gonna sit here for 4 days not streaming at all. Just because I'm really trying to figure out something. Also, for YouTube viewers, if you're not using ad blocks, shame on you. I don't get money from this anyway, so stop giving it to YouTube. Use ad block. It's the only thing that justifies me using this platform. Do it. You are decisively not supporting me at all by watching ads. If you want to support me, go donate to my throne. It would be nice if I could get more of these computer parts before, any tariffs cause the markets to collapse. Everybody is marginally quiet today. I wonder if E-Cred Dork went to bed early. I see. He might be taking a nap. Eep credo is fair credo. That noise is me scraping my pan, by the way. I eat out of a pan because it's much easier to clean than a whole bunch of dishes. I can just cook some food in this, heat up food in this. It's just optimizing my neat life strategies. YouTube isn't going to be able to shut down ad blockers. The ad blockers are the cat, not the not the people who are running ads. He really do be an enigma. Hi, Mixie! LBUB! Maybe I should take the fade away from this pump chat. Let me overview my CSS code real quick. Eek. That's too deeply ingrained. I don't know. Oh god, okay, I'm gonna go grab my drink. I'll be right back. Okay, I've got my drink. The Yumleys. Because I can. These are my development years. I do what I want. It's like, no. I do not care about the Gardevoir plush. Sorry, I made a post on Twitter earlier talking about how it's just like... people who say that they are... asexual... they're always just lying. They're always just fucking lying. Asexual has a set meaning. And this person says... Actually, you know what? Hold on. I'm gonna read this thread real quick. It said, I don't believe people who say that they are asexual. It's never consistent. I've also seen way too many asexual people who are closet nymphomaniacs. Not wanting to have sex for sex's sake doesn't make you asexual. Asexual means none. At all. It's a fixed definition. These words have meanings. Like, you are a liar. Stop being performative. An overwhelming amount of people I see who are asexual actually wind up being deeply insecure or even predatory people. It's a veneer label, and my life experiences have led me to believe that conclusion. It's not bigotry, it's not a lack of understanding, just stop being bad people. It's that simple. So somebody says, ace can mean a lot of things to different people. Okay, so then it's a meaningless label. It's a vanity label. We call those vanity labels, and they aren't to be taken seriously. Mistress says, ace can mean a lot of things to different people. Asexuality is also a spectrum. No, it is not. You don't get to just make shit up and then decide that that's how things are and then expect everyone else to roll with it. You can find stuff arousing and still be asexual. No, you can't. That's not how that word works. Just like you can find women hot and not be gay, or like lollies and not be a pedophile. Yeah, that's incomparable. You can't compare those things. Like, that's actually ridiculous. That is actually the most ridiculous argument that I've ever seen. And it's all fine. If someone says they try to give people the benefit of the doubt when describing themselves, sure, you can argue, hey, the consumer is always right and whatnot, but at the end of the day, words have meaning. And I'm not gonna play these word games with people anymore. I'm tired of it. Give me a second. I need to adjust my webcam. There we go. The customer is always right about their own tastes. So, like, when you consider it, like, you know, they're, like, talking about themselves or something, and it's like, okay, who am I to tell you that you're wrong about yourself? But to an extent, there's a limit to that. Yeah, literally being born without a sex drive. Asexuality means you do not have a sex drive. You are wrong if you are saying that you are asexual, because pretty much all humans, with very, very few exceptions, have a sex drive, and I do not believe you if you tell me otherwise. In fact, if you tell me otherwise, I'm actually going to be more likely to believe that you are a very, very predatory individual. I think that there's something wrong with you. I think that you are saying that to try to get people to lower their guards, because there's no other reason why someone would lie about that sort of thing. Hi, Ikredo! Ikredork lives! Just a little bit. Thought you were dead, Credo. Thought you were dead, Credo. I'm going to try to edit my CSS real quick. Let's do that. It's been 20 years! I'm kidding. V. Hey, it seems like I did it. Like, I just don't have empathy for people who, you know, go off about identity politics and stuff. Like, actually, I don't believe you. If you say that your stuff is, like, super special, if you apply a vanity label to yourself, I think you're looking for attention and validation rather than actually being this. Yeah, it's disgusting, isn't it? It's just messed up. Yeah, it's really gross. MT, what are you doing? Ignore that. I'm tapping the fizz out of my sparkling water bottle. It's a little bit too fizzy. If I drink this, I'm gonna puke. This idea that you can be whatever you want to be. That X is a spectrum. Like, that statement has no meaning unless you can actually demonstrate it, and demonstrate some objectivity to that spectrum. If you say there are infinite genders, I'm going to tell you no, you're not. You're just mentally ill. Or no, there's not. If I say... If I say... that... For example... Huh? I'll be right back. Phone's ringing. My elderly neighbor needs some help bringing some cat food into her house. She gets these big bags, so I'm gonna go help her with that. I'm also gonna borrow something from her if I can do so, cause I actually need to reseed a part of my freaking property with grass. It got tore up because of the mudslide that happened earlier, so I'm gonna spread some grass seed at some point if I can help it. That being said, give me like 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. We're good. Neighbor has cat food. Okay, let's see. Let me read up on the chat. I see, I see. That's fine. Yeah, this is a multi-stream. Okay, I can read everything now. I see what's going on. Elf did in fact exist before chat. That doesn't mean anything. Hmm. They said, what does it mean to be a woman? To some, it means being a mother. To others, it means wearing a skirt and makeup. Words are completely a human invention, used to convey meaning, but inherently without any meaning. If you want to understand what a word means, research what it is used to convey. You've seen this spectrum argument a lot and claim to witness the user's inconsistencies, yet do not believe people when they say, in other words, what is often meant when they use the word What? Bitch, what? Instead, you assert that the word is intended to convey, and then denounce your own interpretation as theirs. Would it not be simpler to assume that there's a spectrum, and that is what they intend to convey? Insanity! It snowed and then it rained, and this caused a very small landslide down my hill where a lot of withered plants from the winter lost their root system, and the weight of the water in the soil caused it to shift really badly. And so a massive patch of grass decided to collapse. I'm actually going to use that Icredo. Unless you want to reply with it. I'm just pasting that. That's a perfect argument. Like, I actually would have said that. Like I genuinely would have said that argument. That's a good argument, Icredo. Do you guys think that, Actually, let's go ahead and move over to activity. Ooh, not again. Yes. We are all smart and we feed off of each other's intelligence. You will get smarter as you are able to have conversations without worrying about people snapping at you for trying to have such conversations. Like, it's entitlement, right? A lot of this stuff is just straight up entitlement. That's what I think it is. It's like, no, I get to decide what I am. No, you don't. You don't. You don't get to decide what other people see you as, especially. Like, I don't care what you think you are. If I see that you are a horny nematode, then you're not asexual. That's just not how that works. Rip chat? Rest in peace, chat. Yeah, it looks like it's just dying. Hello, Dust. So I was thinking... Here it is. Resurrected. I had to cast Revivify. Revivify. So... I just had a thought. I have 2 portraits for Maha. Maka. I got it from... Vindictus here. And she actually has a more human portrait. Should I have an Easter egg where I just have her sitting there getting drunk at the tavern? At the Adventurers Guild? So you see her, but you don't know anything about her and she's just sitting there being drunk. And then later you see her again and you're just like... Should I do that? Because if I do that, that gives me the opportunity to rewrite the script a little bit. Okay, I'll do it. So I'll just drag her here and let's just say I've got her sitting right over here. And so what I'll do is, I'll take this, I'll adjust her token. We'll go here. And we'll just change it for this specific token. And that is more than enough. I can ad-lib everything from there. I don't even need to write that. So then what I'll do is I will rewrite this a little bit. There we go. That's good enough. I imagine that she's just getting really pissed off about these things. She's just like, dude, I would rather be sitting there drinking. There we go. I feel like that's a good rewrite. I'm satisfied with that. Not so much of a change that I have to put too much thought into it about whether or not they do or do not recognize the person. Let's go ahead and stop the music here. Because no, I need to do some thinking. I'm gonna check my notice first though, because this person is being a dork. I'm just gonna post the definition of the word. That is also a really good argument. Taking the thoughts out of my head. I'm just gonna say that. Let's read that. I'm reverting it. There we go. That's a really good add argument. A really good add-on argument. To my usual. Anyway. What, did you like the way that I changed the argument? I feel like I just understood what you were saying better than the word itself was expressed initially. Anyway. Okay, guys. Give me some stuff to look up. For ghost stories. I want things that invoke great fear and tragedy. Sorrow and fear. What is that?
Did this prank go too far?
Boy, is this alcohol?
Now hold up, wait a minute. Before you guys start feeling bad for this guy, the person you should actually be feeling bad for is the prankster. This is a video that was sent to me through Instagram DM. It shows one of these really bad pranks from 2015 where this guy's dressed up like a bunny and jumps out and scares these two unsuspecting people. But during this prank, this elderly gentleman clutches his chest and it appears as though he's suffered a heart attack. And a lot of people in the comments on this video assume and state as a fact that this older man died. However, that's not true. This video was actually uploaded back in 2015 by a YouTube channel that has the name The Royal Stampede. And this elderly gentleman was actually completely fine. That's because he was an actor. This prankster's friends wanted to prank him back, so this is what they did. The prank went on for quite a while too. This guy actually thought that he inadvertently took the life of the old guy.
Did this prank go too
Poor bastard. I guess we can just listen to ghost stories. None of that. What is that?
This is proof that evil exists. Dolly Flesh was a YouTuber who
Are you
created
sure about that?
stop-motion animations, and all of them would end in really disturbing ways. Aside from the way they ended, the storyline behind these would include murder or animal cruelty. A character he named Itchy the Clown was clearly his favorite and was based off of John Wayne Gacy. It's clear watching the videos that John Wayne Gacy influenced some of his decisions, but sooner or later the claymations would no longer do it for him. On May 7th, 2019, he posted to Twitter, "I think I'll purchase some hamsters soon as a form of company." About a week later, he uploaded a video titled "One Kid, 3 Hamsters," where he showed off his new companions. The day after this video, he stabbed, drowned, and microwaved the hamsters and uploaded it to YouTube. May 25th, 2020, he was arrested for the cruelty of animals and was released on just a $1,000 bond. During his trial, he was asked why he even did these things, to which he responded, "I was bored and I enjoyed watching them." If you want to see more true crime, make sure to hit the follow button. This is proof that evil.
Holy shit, I did... Okay. How did I not see that coming? What the hell? That is, definitely unpleasant.
Alright, 3, 2,
Uh-oh.
1.
Uh-oh.
Party coming soon.
I got you.
Evil king behavior?
Box 2.
Fucking king behavior?
Here we go. 5,000 poppers and a 3-story drop. Alright, no part 2. 3, 2, 1. It wasn't me!
Alright, 3.
Okay, that was good. He gets an upvote from me. That's good stuff. That's good content. Okay.
I'm gonna cut right to the chase. This is one of the scariest stories that I've ever heard. It was sent to me 2 years ago by
Let's
somebody
hear what
named
these things
Gemini
are.
24, and they have since deleted their Reddit account, and I have no idea what became of them. I have featured this story a few times since I started my YouTube career, and it is still hands down the scariest I have ever heard. I thought that it deserved its own video. I hope you enjoy. I'm 28 years old, and this is the first time I've thought about this incident in detail because of how traumatizing it was. I met my ex-girlfriend in California in 2010. We had both lived there our whole lives, but decided to move to Maine a couple years after
I'm gonna
we
ruin
started
my
dating.
YouTube feed by doing
She
this,
had
aren't
flown
I?
to Maine on a business trip in 2012 and fell in love with everything about it. The small towns, the scenery, and the people.
I'm
She
so
came
cooked.
home and convinced me to pack up our whole lives and move there. And so we did.
I've got a mansion where I want some sort of vengeful spirit for. And so I need inspiration.
we saved up a bunch of money and rented a huge moving truck. The plan was for me to drive the moving truck across the country while she stayed behind 3 days to finish her classes at the local community college, which were due to end at that time. I would have just waited until her classes were finished, but we decided to take advantage of an incredibly good deal that we were offered from the company who provided the moving truck. She had a car that she had to drive there anyways, while I towed my car behind the...
It me! Boys, there I am! It's me! There I am! Look, look, it's me! Let's look for some inspiration. What the hell?
Hey Crypt Keepers, thank you so much for tuning into Amy's Crypt. Today I thought that we would get all lovey-dovey because Valentine's Day is just around the corner, but I don't want to get lovey in a...
Wait a minute. I clicked
I'm
this one
Sapphire.
first.
Want to hear something scary?
You're cringe, but I'll watch it anyway.
This chapter is inspired by a true story from Elsie Bannon. I work in a hospital. I won't say which for obvious privacy reasons. The hospital is old, very old. It was built in the early 1800s, first serving as a post office, then abandoned for a while before it was turned into a hospital for veterans in the 1920s. Despite having worked there for about 5 months, I felt like the rest of the staff was always sort of cold to me. Whenever I tried to strike up some small talk, they'd smile and walk away. But not everyone is like that. There's another nurse, Cassandra, who I get along with really well. Don't worry about them, they're just cranky from the night shifts, she'd say. Cassandra is really into ghost stories. I'm a Christian, so I didn't believe in any of her tales, but I'd like to listen to them. She was a really good storyteller. She told me about some unbelievable stuff that happened to her as a kid. Yeah, I see spirits all the time. I've sort of gotten used to it. All the time, huh? So even right now? I asked, jokingly. Cassandra paused, then chuckled. She never answered my question. A couple weeks ago, Cassandra and I were working the day shift. Visiting hours had just ended, and I was making my usual rounds, checking on all the patients. I heard muttering behind me. I turned to see some of the staff looking at me, strangely. Seriously, what is their problem with me? I thought to myself. But I ignored them, like I always do. About an hour later, I was notified that a patient had died. I was tasked with delivering the body down to the morgue in the basement. It would be my first time going down there. Cassandra had once told me that the basement was the oldest part of the building, the only part that was never renovated. Be careful down there, she said. I thought she was just trying to scare me. But I had nothing to be afraid of. A police officer would always escort nurses and bodies down to the basement to ensure that the body wasn't disturbed in any way. So the policeman, the dead body, and I stepped into the elevator from the 6th floor. I pressed the button for the basement and we began to descend.
I see. Hold on a minute now.
And began to move again. But when the doors opened, we found ourselves back on the 6th floor. I pressed the button for the basement again, and the exact same thing happened. As if the elevator didn't want us to go down there. Are you trying to play a prank? He said, accusingly. After countless tries, the elevator continued to act up. So we had no choice but to take the ramp all the way down. Once we reached the basement level, it was very clear how untouched this floor was. The original brick walls remained, with pipes jutting out every few feet. The hanging lights were dirty and flickering. It was definitely cold and creepy down there, but that's just because it was old. We dropped the body off at the morgue and began to walk back up the ramp. I was a few paces ahead of the policeman. Suddenly, I heard him say,
Elsie.
I stopped and turned to look at him. He just stared at me. What? Didn't you just say my name? I didn't say anything. Oh, maybe it was the pipes or something. We continued walking, and I heard my name again.
Elsie!
Just as I turned around, the policeman screamed in pain as he fell face first onto the floor. I rushed over to him to help him up. Something in the corner of my eye moved, and I looked up.
I'm gonna be honest, this just feels like ass.
Traditional sense.
Check this one out.
This story that I'm going to tell you isn't so much related to a building, but it is more related to a building or structure that used to be in a certain area of Gastown, and that area is known as Jailer's Mews. Now today this area is kind of like a little alley and it's surrounded by really trendy stores, bars, restaurants, but it gets its name from its history. So during the mid 1800s there was actually an old jail that existed in this location, but in the Great Fire of Vancouver in 1886, this place was lost. Now another little bit of information about Jailer's Mews is it also used to have a courtyard area where many people were executed. There was about 40 odd people who were hanged in this area. Now you guys are probably thinking, yikes Amy, this isn't very romantic, but we will get to that. But I'm sure you can also understand that a place with such history would have had a lot of dark events occur there. And yes, Jailer's Mews is said to be extremely haunted. There are a number of spirits that are said to dwell in the area of Jailer's Mews, and some of them have even taken up residence in the neighboring businesses, which I think is pretty cool. But we're going to be focusing in on one spirit in particular. This is actually one of the most, the best known, the most commonly cited spirits, and that is of a very sad looking woman. She is generally dressed in black, in a long black flowing dress that you'd expect to see someone wearing during the 1800s. She walks down the length of Jailer's Mews, and she's often described as being really, really overcome with sadness. So a lot of the time she's crying or weeping, and things get even stranger when people just see her disappear into thin air. So this is where the tragic love story kind of comes into play. A lot of people believe that this woman is actually stuck in this area because her lover was hanged and executed in Jailer's Mews. So she keeps having to return and grieve her dead lover, which is actually really, really tragic. And you can picture her doing this for such a long amount of time. It seems that she has been there grieving since at least the 1800s. I do not know for sure whether this is an intelligent haunting, and there has been investigators go to the area and make contact with the woman, and that is why they kind of know her backstory, that she is there grieving her dead lover. Or maybe it's just a residual haunting, and in that case I would say that her being there to grieve her lover who was executed of a bummer, and I'm sad to say that my next story doesn't get any more uplifting. It does take us to one of the most magnificent places that I visited while I was over in the UK, and that is a place called Aston Hall, which you guys would find in Birmingham. Aston Hall is a grand old house that was built back in the 1600s. It is said to be quite haunted and holds a number of spirits, but I'm going to be focusing in on just one of these spirits for our ghostly love story, and that is actually one of the most commonly cited, best known about spirits, which is the Grey Lady of Aston Hall. The woman who is believed to actually be this Grey Lady is the daughter of a Thomas Holt. Now Thomas Holt was actually the person who built Aston Hall. He owned it, and he's said to have been a little bit of a jerk in life, who is very, very hot-tempered, and he was a very aggressive man. Anyway, Thomas Holt's daughter is said to have fallen head over heels in love with a man who was unfortunately not of noble status. This young couple was so in love, but they knew that their love was in a way forbidden and there was no way that it would be approved of. So like so many love stories of that time, which you guys hear, they decided to elope and run away in secret and just be together, which I think is the most romantic thing, when you have to run away, leave your whole life behind just to be together. Now, Thomas Holt, the father in this whole situation, got very angry over this. He hated it so much, like his daughter had almost made a mockery of him, especially since he'd already chosen a nice, wealthy man to marry his daughter off to. As you've probably already guessed, this couple running away to live happily ever after with one another didn't really work out for the best. Thomas Holt captured his daughter and brought her back to Aston Hall, and then he placed her in a room in the servants' quarters where she was confined for the rest of her life. She never seen the outside world again, she never saw her lover again, and she was left there to grow slowly mad over time. Now, legend states that she lasted for about 16 years in this room before she died, and now her spirit, her ghost, is said to be trapped within Aston Hall to roam the halls. In particular, the room where she was kind of locked away in and trapped is said to be very haunted, and a lot of people have witnessed the ghost of a grey lady within that room. Okay, yes, that ghostly love story was also a little bit of a bummer. Sorry guys. The next one, it doesn't really get too much brighter, but it kind of has a cool ending and everything kind of comes together nicely with this one. It also takes place in one of my favorite cities in Mexico, that is Guanajuato. This place is absolutely magic. It's just so beautiful. It almost like gives me European vibes. There are a lot of buildings built up really close together, which gives you a lot of these really skinny, really narrow walkways. There's just alleys everywhere. And there's one really skinny alley which is super famous, and that is where our story takes place. It is known as Alley of the Kiss. So with this story, we do have a wealthy family, and their home actually backs right onto Alley of the Kiss. Now, just like in the other story, the daughter of this very wealthy family falls in love with a man who is unfortunately, again, not of very noble status. Oops, a little bit of a forbidden love again. Anyway, to keep their love a secret, the man in this relationship decided to rent a room which was on the other side of the alley. So because he was renting a room on this side of the alley and the wealthy family's house was on this side of the alley and the alley was super skinny, the back rooms met each other. And at night, this couple could sneak out onto their balconies and have little kissing sessions, because I'll show you some overlays of how skinny this alley is, but they were able just to meet at their balconies, which is kind of cool. But like with all these stories, soon the jig was up and everything turned sour. The father here actually discovered of his daughter's secret relationship through whispers going around town, and he thought to himself, I need to check if this is real. I'm going to stay up and sort of spy on my daughter to find out if all these people are just making up gossip or there is some truth behind this. Anyway, this father did discover that there was in fact truth behind this. He spied on his daughter and caught them in the act of meeting on the balconies for their late night kissing sessions. He was so angry when he seen this. He rushed out onto the balcony, catching the young lovers off guard. And there's a couple of different tellings as to how this story ends, but pretty much they all end with death. So basically it is said that the father, in his, rage of anger, beat and bludgeoned his own daughter to death right then and there on the balcony. Now, it's also said that he either pushed the young man over the edge of the balcony to his death, or after this young woman was beaten to death by her father, the young man was so grief-stricken over losing the love of his life that he took his own life by jumping from the balcony down to the stone stairs below, and again dying. Now, however tragic this whole story is, that little alley of the Kiss in Mexico, is said to now be haunted by the young lovers. So
I've got a little bit of an idea. A lot of these really are a lot of the same, aren't they? Not that that's like surprising or anything. The what? Seems like no.
Hey guys, I've
What
been
is
reading
that?
up on some Trench Crusader lore, and it really is crazy to me that these random Crusaders really genuinely thought it was like a good idea to open a portal to actual hell. Like, genuinely, what could they have been offered to do that? Like, do they look like trustworthy guys?
Good question.
I want to apologize in advance because if any of you guys are prone to an existential crisis, this might make it worse. This is a little bit of a different Did You Know slideshow that I got tagged in, starting off by
Goofy. I think most of these are just going to be kind of bad. You know what? Historical words. Hey, Kerbal. And Goober. Hmm. What? Sorry, I want to read this. I'm just gonna quietly read this. You can ignore me. The judicial branch doesn't have the power to stop the executive branch from doing that. It doesn't matter if he's a federal judge. The president has absolute authority over federal funding when it comes to federal agencies and governments. Okay, well, whatever. $477 of what? Okay. That's quite a load. Hey, Iris. I'm just kind of doom scrolling while I'm brooding. I am just trying to... You see, I've got thoughts in my head, and I'm cooking, but it's gonna take a minute. I'm looking for... Ooh. I'm looking for amnesia type horror. Where you're sitting there relatively helpless about what's coming at you. Something that is going to strike fear and sorrow into you. Like you see something. Yeah, kinda like that. Something you can't actually do anything about. Like I'm thinking... I'm thinking about... Ah, come on. Shit happens. I'm not nuking the VOD. What time is this? 2 hours, 4 minutes? Ikredo, remind me. Wamba, what have you done? I'll just go edit the freaking thing, I guess, or whatever. Probably not. I've seen some pretty stupid shit on YouTube before. I'll probably be fine. Hold on a moment. Yeah, I know. For like a split second, I got that down very fast. Yeah, you probably have. Elfin psyops. Give me a second. A little NVIDIA face. If I get rid of the underbags, then it looks somewhat different. So I'm looking for something that is like an enemy that's also kind of like a person, a revenant, something that you won't be able to fight. I've got an enemy that I'm wanting to use called anti-magic guardians. And those things are essentially a type of enemy that cannot be outright destroyed but can be disabled. The idea is that if you use any form of magic, even just magic weapons, attacking with it or using it in any way will result in these things striking at you. Canceling and nullifying the effect of your spell was very high success rates. So the general idea here is you've got this enemy that is immune to anything except for magical attacks. So while these things are present, you're not going to be able to attack the main enemy that's running around. And this thing goes on patrols. I'm thinking that I want this thing to have like its own little story. I'm very specifically thinking that a good place for that story to be would be something relating to a grudge. A haunting grudge. But I'm not really sure what the best idea for that would be. You know, I'm trying here, but I'm really just trying to think of something that might work for that. Basically, you've got an enemy. A sort of undead enemy that is immune to all physical damage. Unless it's magical. But you've also got these other things in this area that are tag teaming it, making it impossible to use magic too. So you need to figure out a way how to either lure him or you need to figure out a way how to disable the anti-magic statues. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Something fast, something ravenous. Something filled with so much hatred and anger. Think of Guts when he's got the Berserker armor on. Something really fucked. But I need some sort of story for it. There's a reason it's like this. There's a reason why it is the way that it is, and if you can figure it out, you can either deal with it through non-violent means, or you could use that to lure it and kick its ass. Yeah. I'll show you what I was working on. Just give a moment. Something like that. Something I... Okay, so I can actually alter any enemy to be what I want, so I don't have to be very picky about that. It can be any enemy. So what I need is something that will lurk. And I'm thinking something that is really angry and pissed off by light. Zibriax spawn. What is that? Let me finish making the map completely first. Then we'll import it into Foundry and then we'll start working on things. I'm thinking that perhaps, perhaps, I'll have him roam the halls, unsetting each and every light, making everything go dark. it'll give it a trait that makes it completely invulnerable if it's in the dark. Like completely incorporeal. Like the skeletons from Sea of Thieves. The dark skeletons. Skelling bones. So the anti-magic guardians would be sitting at really obnoxious locations, making it impossible to just like Fulbright the area. And I can also make it to where if he is like whatever enemy this is, whatever specter this is, if it is completely lit and fully vulnerable, then what we'll do is it'll just automatically hone in onto the nearest party member. As if it always knew where it was. Something that hates the light. Exactly, you guys are getting the idea. I don't have to go apeshit on this. I want this to be more of a puzzle map that you can brute force, but it's going to be very difficult to do. Basically, I just need to, I think what I'll do is I'll have this thing really hate light, but actively hunt for the party. Not just darken all light in a radius around it. I mean outright make it put out lights. Like actively make it completely put out lights. This makes sure to turn all the lights on. I was just turning those off so that way I could get a good idea on what everything looked like. Oh, I have an idea. I have a gimmick. The more lights, the more aggressive it is. And its primary hunt is to turn the lights off. But if it turns all the lights off, then it hunts the party. So they have to keep moving constantly, not knowing exactly where this thing is, being unable to use magic, and unable to attack it until they find notes and things related to it describing its nature, what it is, and what they can do to stop it. Yes, the party can relight the lights, which will be the primary gimmick. As it passes by, it'll continuously turn off lights. And as it does so, the darker it gets, the harder it is for the party to see or do anything about it. And if all of the lights are off, this thing will make a beeline and start attacking the party. And the party can't, the party can't fight it when it's in the dark. It only becomes vulnerable when it is completely lit. And the party can't just like cast magical spells to light the area up because of the anti-magic golems. So they're in a very precarious situation. This will be a really fun one to run. What do you guys think? Sound like a good idea? No, the question is the backstory. There you go. Now, that's not going to be very helpful. I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom. Yeah, it doesn't use mana that way. Okay, so I did a little bit of brainstorming while I was in the bathroom. One thing that I like to do is I like to spitball back and forth with ChatGPT, and I used my phone to do that this time. And I came up with an idea, and it gave me a really unique twist on that idea. And I wonder what your guys' opinion is on that. Let me get the transcript of it. Hey. Oh, man, you guys really chatted quite a lot there, didn't you? I'll have to pop out the chat and read it that way. The scroll thing is only true if you don't have dark vision. If you have dark vision, then you can read the scroll in any lighting. Yeah, it depends on the darkness. If it's magical darkness, then the answer is still no. Okay, so, here's what I said. Or rather, here's what ChatGPT said. I love the tragic backstory idea. Maybe the Revenant was once a caretaker or guardian of the mansion, and he was deeply in love with someone who lived there. Perhaps a tragic accident or betrayal led to the death of his loved one, leaving him in despair. In his grief, he may have extinguished all the lights in the mansion, symbolizing the darkness in his heart, where he then lived the rest of his days in darkness. Now, he roams the mansion, extinguishing any light, as it reminds him of what he lost. The party might uncover this backstory through clues or notes scattered throughout the mansion, adding layers of depth to their quest. I'm thinking possibly the more light there is, the weaker he feels emotionally and physically, so he's specifically made to be immune to physical attacks of any nature while he's shrouded in darkness. So I'm thinking that the more bright the mansion is, the more vulnerable he becomes to the attacks of the party, but the more angry he gets. Meanwhile, let's say the darker that it becomes, the stronger that he gets. And if it's all, dark, then the focus is less so on the lights and more so on the intruders, where he will then start sweeping and hunting for the party directly, making sure that they want to have at least one light source lit away from them at any given time. Well, it is just an addition to my own ideas. Those are details that I don't have to worry about because even if I tried to create a story for that, nobody would ever appreciate it. So, because it's cool. There's your answer, because it's a cool addition. You are not army nerd. Anyway. So basically this would add a strategic layer as the party needs to balance keeping the mansion lit to weaken him while also exploring and solving the mystery as to how to deal with him. Uh-oh. Hold on a moment. We're not viewing Twitter notifications with YouTube open again. No, I'm just losing trust in people to behave. It is what it is. And as a big cat. It's a big little orange boy. You know what? Here, you guys can see this too. Just big cat. Stop with the obnoxious music. Look at this big cat. He's huge. And he's orang! He's freaking orang! My goodness. Look at how pretty he looks now. What a nice kitty. Look at him, oh my god. Compared to how he looks here, it's crazy. It's crazy. Huh? Give me a moment. Anyway. Well, not actually a huge fan of chocolate. No, you. Chocolate just isn't that good. Okay, what's so good about chocolate then, huh? You go ahead and explain to me what is so good about chocolate. Specifically. Go ahead, I bet you can't. Okay, there are a lot of things that taste good. What's so special about chocolate? No, I've had European chocolate. It's not that good. I disagree. Not happening. It's not a matter of right or wrong. I've had Danish chocolate once. Chocolate is just chocolate. It doesn't have anything that unique about it. It's just a sugary, otherwise without sugar, bitter. It's just nut powder. It's just a. Yeah, chocolate comes from a nut. Kind of. A seed. I prefer ice cream. And I'm not a fan of chocolate ice cream for obvious reasons. I prefer the more premium fruity ice creams or vanilla. And rip. Somebody made me try pistachio chocolate and I wanted to punch them in the mouth. So nasty. What the fuck's wrong with you? Is that what it's called? Dubai chocolate? I see. I don't think that these guys understand how utterly contradictory they are, but you know what? You can't reason somebody out of a position that they reason or that they didn't reason themselves into. Like they're so stupid. It'll be what it'll be. Yeah, welcome back, Pixel. Sorry. Uh. I'll show you. Yuli, resume in. And that's coming from me. So I just responded with this. I am just bullying a fellow elf. Got her. Anyway. It's funny. Good lord, you are larger than I thought you were. Anyway. Ta-ta-ta-ta. It looks nicely dark when it's set up right. I don't get many YouTube viewers. It's just there for people who don't want to go to Pump. I'm not complaining or anything. All of my true needs are appreciated. Give me a second. Pudding. More silliness. Anyway, back to this. Okay, looks like I'm gonna have to set these all manually. Can I make a trigger? Making a trigger would be useful. Oh, that'll do it. It gets nice and dark when the lights are off. No, you're fine, Red Mario. So I can do that anyway. Son of a bitch. And the button this thing shuts off like that. Total pain in the butt. Also, Ikredo, don't you need to go to bed? You goober? You silly boy. You silly Billy. You do not abandon me, it is fine. Go to bed. Okay, we are going to move over to Alfie while I look for a profile icon for this guy. Mm. Oh no. It does, jeez. Pixel, no! Yeah, I probably would have done the same. You need to take care of yourself, Pixel. Holy shit. I am currently... Ow. I'm currently using AI to try to get some artwork of this. On this, it depends on what I'm, It depends on a couple things, actually. Ooh, Allie. I got it to generate this. What do you guys think? This one or this one? AI slop, how delicious. Imagine when it's purely dark, the only thing that you can see are these glistening white orbs. That's what I'm thinking. It doesn't work like that, unfortunately. Good night, Smooth Rider. You have a good one. You too. That's a little bit much. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Ooh. That's a neat looking one. I don't know. Hmm. They really are. Hi, Shikis! I don't know what to call you, actually. If I call you Shiki, then it's like, you know, obviously you're Shiki's pet kitten, so that implies that you're not Shiki. Goo. It tried. It tried really hard. Yeah, I do. I get a lot of use out of it. Kind of, maybe similar. Something similar to that. Oh, that's actually pretty good. Ooh. Okay. Let's try this. AI slop is completely acceptable when you're just trying to get throwaway Dungeons and Dragons stuff. Oh, that's good. Look at that. Now what if I... Actually, I'm gonna have to do that for most of this, aren't I? Darn. Yeah, pretty much. I'm gonna get it to see what it can do with that. The eyes and the nose are good. And now that just looks like a World War II soldier. I'm not super worried about this. Okay, he regenerated it completely. But if that's the case, then I can kind of... Wait, no, it's still too bright. What's up with that, man? Give me a quick second. Give me stop! Stop! Just checking those good old Twitter notifications. Okay, we're just gonna have to scrap this prompt. Let's try that. I'm not trying to put too much effort into these prompts, but I might have to really go all out if it doesn't chill. What the hell? Maybe I need to start a new model entirely. See, that's actually pretty good, but I don't know, guys. Is that usable? I can't even tell at this point. Let's try getting a different model going real quick first, just to make sure. Let's try this. Best out of 5, huh? You tried. Yeah, it does. Kind of obnoxious. So it's not the previous model. Well, that's cool looking. Well, that's actually really cool looking. Still bright though. Wait a minute. I'm getting there. They need to specifically order it to use other colors. Kinda, just gotta keep yelling at it until you get that one miracle. I'm aware. Hmm. That is a good one. That is a really good one. Like, I might end up using that one. I know, right? Stimky. You have not. He's gonna keep yelling at it. I gotta check Twitter again. Okay, let's try this. Mm. That is much closer. If anything, I think it's trying to... Hmm. No, that one did put it into a black background. It almost looks like bright ash is emanating from it. Let's try this again. Still way too bright. Let's try this. Maybe it's the black background. Possibly. Ooh. Red aura wouldn't really work. Unfortunately. Hmm. I do not trust what that might be. Never mind, it's fine. It's just a data live gif. Hey, you're losing the plot there, buddy. Eating the motherfucker hair. Okay, you know what? We're gonna go with this one. Then I'm gonna do this. Shut up. Okay, that can work. Alright. Look, sometimes it's worth just doing the hard work yourself. There's no need to replace yourself from the entire process, ultimately. I'm gonna roll with this one. It is pretty close. Well, that's funny. Anyway, Okay, what do you think about this? Should be very visible in a token. How's that? How's that for all of that crap? I think I'm pretty satisfied with that. Sometimes you just gotta do it yourself. Ugh, I see. Oopsie. I accidentally. That's okay, we'll just remake it. didn't turn out quite right. Fuck off. Oi. Cut it out, Chuckle Nut. The hell are you doing? That's not correct. Fine, we'll do this. But... There it is. The confusion was it wasn't putting the freaking thing correctly. It just wasn't doing it. So now what we do is... Looky dokey, good night. Do the sleep. Or else. By the way, soon I'm probably gonna stop the YouTube stream so that way I can just sit and watch Doctor Who with the stream, because I'm also gonna have to be getting up and doing some cooking stuff, and I'm definitely not gonna feel like doing this all day. I'll get this done, then I'll get some of the basic story stuffs done, and then we'll worry about doing some other stuff. I actually have no idea what I'm going to be doing, for the next maps, so I'm gonna be more so worried about getting this one done for now. One at a time. I'm going to be leaving a crock pot on all night with a whole ass chicken in it. Yeah, this is definitely more what I was going for. I'm getting deja vu, and I'm not going to say about what, but it's definitely very weird. At some point, a long time ago. Anyway, let's find actions. Oop, hold on. Definitely not that. Why not? Hey, Blonde. Just give me a moment. Did some Opie Lord really just... Ain't no way. Oh no. Oh no, what happened there? Oh, Jesus. Tragedy. Okay, anyway. Are you kidding me? You know what, I give up for the day. That's just pissing me off. Any questions? Any questions on what I'm getting up to, what I'm doing? Anybody who's new who isn't familiar with it? What about you, Len? You wanna hear what I'm getting up to? What do you mean? I was just trying to, build our little shadowy boy and his stats, but I got shut down, so, like, whatever. I'll do the rest tomorrow on that. Maybe have better ideas. You what? It does always do that. It's always done that. I don't know why, but it always has. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom again. I've been having some digestive issues, which hasn't really been doing me very good. No, it's not maintenance. It's just a bunch of other dumb stuff. I'll be right back. Ew, so weird. People are weird, bro. Guys, am I crazy? Like, don't just answer that as it is. Am I crazy when I say that being a VTuber and their audiences, like, this is necessarily an echo chamber, right? Like, there is literally no way that this is different from an echo chamber. Like, if you outright disagree with me, or if you don't like me, then why are you here? Like, being a streamer necessarily entails creating an echo chamber. I said it on Twitter, but it's like, if somebody feels pushed away or alienated by my opinions or the things that I say, is that it's like, why do I care what you have to say? Why am I supposed to care about your opinion? You're not my target audience. The fact that you don't want to associate with me now is called a filler. A filter. It's not the end of the world to me if other VTubers decide that they don't want to associate with me, because VTubers are not my target audience. I don't see why that's so difficult to understand. Like, I didn't get into this to start impressing or being friends with other VTubers. I couldn't care less. If they come, they come. If they go, they go. But I'm building my platform on being as genuine as I can be while also playing a character, so it's like, oh no, what are you gonna do? Cancel me because I think that Arrow Ace is just psychotic bullshit? Are you gonna cancel me because I think that the trans community is incredibly toxic and really, really bad for trans people to be a part of? Like, that shit'll destroy your mental health. Trying to conform and please people that are leaders of those communities is... that is self-harm, my friend. Don't do it. Just don't do that. Like, oh no, I have an opinion you don't like. And so you're gonna tell people that I have that opinion even though I've been very honest about that? Like, you can't cancel me, I have nothing to hide. And yeah, there are people out there that think that I'm actually a woman and whatnot, but frankly, it doesn't matter whether or not they do or don't believe that because I'm just playing a character. Like, if you actually knew me, you would understand that my, the way that I talk, the way that I speak to others, the energy level that I present, all of these things are just generally different when I'm, talking to other people. However, when I'm VTubing, I'll actually talk softer. I'll talk a little bit higher pitch. I'll be a bit more energetic. I try to fit the character. I try to be the bubbly elf that you people deserve. That's what I do. So it's like, oh no, I play a character. Everybody. It's the end of the world! Like, seriously, what are these people gonna do? Okay. Give me, like, 20-ish minutes. I'm gonna stop the stream for now. And then when I get back, I'm gonna make it pump only, and I'm gonna turn VODs off so we can watch some stuff together, okay, everybody? I'll see you then. I am not done yet. So, 20 minutes. See you then.